expansion and contraction. But these all mean exactly the same thing. Okay, so I hope I didn't scare anyone away already. Sometimes I'm emphatic. I might bark, but I definitely don't bite. I am very user-friendly, and I encourage you to ask questions, etc. So before we launch into anything further, AMA, you know what that means? Ask me anything. Don't have any questions to ask me? I just scared you away already? Yes.
I have a question about what you're saying about the dimension of happiness, of material success and wealth, because it's been my experience that that relinquishing wealth or letting go of wealth or not contributing to systems of wealth is actually what gives me real freedom. And it's very, very difficult to do. I feel like I think there's like a problem of greed in myself and a problem of greed in society. And I see that problem hurting people. And so I'm trying to figure out the proper relationship to that. Yes.
So there are these independent dimensions of happiness. I'm not going to go into the whole grid, but I basically cross-classify. There are 5 basic types of happiness, and then there are 4 levels. But the level does not measure intensity. The deeper levels are the less obvious forms of happiness, and the more earlier levels are the more obvious forms of happiness. Now, you're asking a very interesting question, and a careful answer would be a rather long answer. So unfortunately, I'm going to give a short answer. There is a difference between sensory experience and objective circumstances. There's also a relationship between them. So the way we know about objective circumstances is through sensory experience. There's also a relationship between objective circumstances and objective behavior. The way we control objective circumstances to whatever degree we can is through our objective behavior. So there's a broad category of happiness that is actually the first, the second, it's the second over on my periodic table, and it's in the first row. So it means it's an obvious, okay? And this form of happiness is getting stuff you want. It is having objective circumstances be the way you want. Now, that's pretty broad because objective circumstances can be health. It's not just material well-being. It's things like health, another objective circumstance, who's in power in a country. That's an objective circumstance. So there's a lot of subcategories within objective circumstance. Objective circumstance is how wealthy an individual is. Now, there are some people for whom that's important. There's also an aspect of human happiness called admirable behavior, okay? Or we could call it also skillful action. Now, it is theoretically possible without violating skillful action. However, it's very, very tricky and it's very hard to pull off. But let's say that someone says that becoming wealthy is an aspect of happiness and they're willing to do it without violating skillful action. There's another aspect of happiness called how much you enjoy being of service to others. And they're willing to become wealthy and not only not violate skillful action, but also majorly contribute directly and indirectly to the happiness of others. I don't see any problems so far, theoretically. However, it's very, very difficult to pull that one off, but it is theoretically possible. So what most people do is, because it's so difficult to pull that one off, they'll say, I'm going to reduce my objective desires. And that's another way to go. If you want to do my job, for example, you have to do that. Not a monk, but a sort of a quasi-monk, because I'm not going to make a lot of bucks in this job, okay? Although I will get enormous, enormous fulfillment. It's the best gig in the world. So you make a decision that you're going to live a materially simple life. However, it's important to realize that that alone, that's just setting a stage for something else. That then sets the stage that frees you up to start to achieve these other kinds of happiness. So, long answer, but it's only the beginning of an answer. But I just wanted to put it in a broad context. So I think that makes sense, right?
It made a lot of sense.
Yeah. So the good thing about this paradigm is my goal is to create a modern mindfulness program where there's an entree point for every kind of human being, no matter what they are, no matter what their religious belief or lack thereof may be, no matter what their political beliefs may be. With rare exception, obviously, there's going to be extremists that can never fit on this grid. But with rare exception, 99% of humanity, we can find an entree point. We call it upaya in the Buddhist tradition, an outreach. And we can say, okay, we're going to give you these skills, and we're going to help you achieve your small happiness, but in a way whereby you end up having a much bigger sense of what happiness really is, including those deepest levels, which brings us back to the most central and deepest, which is the theme that we're going to do today. So good. I saw some other hands. Anything that anyone would? Yeah, go ahead.
You described today is about one element, and the way you described it sounded somewhat like a stage in a process. Could you describe it as a thing a little bit more?
Well, what we're going to be looking into a theme that's a theme in worldwide meditation practice. And typically, you don't reach this theme until very intense practice or many, many years of practice. So yes, it's part of a process, and normally it's not going to be accessible to most people. So what I'm trying to do in my experimentation is figure out techniques that may give a beginner a little bit of a taste of that. And what the theme, so I mentioned I sort of have 5 basic categories of happiness, and then there's these different levels. So the 5 basic categories are relief, that's reduction of physical and or emotional suffering. You may have noticed that there's suffering Anyone notice? I definitely have noticed. And as soon as you start to suffer physically and or emotionally or mentally in even a small way, that's just like the center of the universe now. It's like relief, relief, relief. But there's two kinds of relief. There's the temporary relief, and then that's the surface version. And then there's the deep relief, which is liberation. What else do people want? Well, they want fulfillment. There's the surface fulfillment. That's what we talked about. I got the wealth, I got the this, I got the that. And then there's the deep fulfillment, which is the ability to experience small pleasures in a way that is enormously satisfying. Then people want to understand themselves. They want to understand themselves personally and psychologically. Maybe they want to understand themselves in a depth psychology, archetypically in terms of collective unconscious, or shamanically in terms of the deep mind. That's understanding yourself. But there's an even deeper level of understanding yourself where you untangle the inner sensory system of mental image, mental talk, and body emotion. And then there's an even deeper level where you realize the nature of the inner sensory system is the same as the nature of the outer sensory system. And that is the nature of effortless expansion and contraction. So where this all fits in. So I think you're seeing the picture now. What else do people want? Well, they want to improve their behaviors. They want to act more skillfully in the world. Well, there's two parts to that. Skillful content. The things you do are skillful, either in the sense of you're good at a job, you're skillful. You're good at being a parent, you're skillful. But there's also the sense that you're admirable in your ethics. That's in Buddhism also called a part of skill. But there's an even deeper aspect of action, which is the degree to which your actions just occur spontaneously. You've probably had that experience of something magically coming out of your mouth, or a movement that you made that was just, it wasn't you, it just, that's a spontaneity in your actions that makes them sort of magical. I call it the Zen bounce. Soryu and I have had many discussions about this and how to bring it into the monastic training. Well, it turns out that what that is that's that same expansion and contraction expressing itself through how you move and how you speak and even how you think. So at the deepest level, there is this magical, effortless spontaneity in your output gate that is the motor analog of the expansion and contraction in your sensory gates. And then what else do people want? Well, we want to be of service. You can indirectly be of service through philanthropy. You can directly be of service through staffing a volunteer center, but the way most people will directly be of service is through parenting. Then you can be of service through, in some way, manifesting the results of your practice so it inspires others, or you could be a professional teacher. So it turns out that one of the most powerful forces that makes people want to be of service is when you start to experience the oneness of inside and outside, so that the people you're looking at are not separate from you. The sentient beings you look at are not separate, because moment by moment, yourself and the world in front of you are coming from and returning to the same source. So that creates what we call bodhicitta, or this natural desire to be of service to your larger identity. But that is exactly the perception of self and world being born in between expansion and contraction that is now motivating you to be perennially of service. So if you look at the last row, relief from suffering, elevation of fulfillment, understanding yourself at all levels, expressing the bounce in your skillful actions, and the motivation to be of service. All of those 5 things are a consequence of the theme that we're going to be exploring today. So that's what I meant when I said it's an advanced aspect of practice. Were you able to follow some of that? Really?
Yeah.
Now you're smiling. That's born in between expansion and contraction right there. That smile. It spreads, which is expansion, and sort of muscles pull in, which is contraction. And that gave birth to that self of that moment.
Could you say a little bit more about the connection between the theme of today and riding the ox home?
Well, expansion and contraction is the ox. That's the ox. That's the force of nature. It's spontaneity. I have a hypothesis. We were joking around at the beginning. I was flashing this book I gave to Soryu on differential equations. So if you understand that math, you can study what's called thermodynamics. And the driving force that of spontaneity in the world, spontaneity is actually understood well by physicists. Or not well, but they're starting to understand it. And I'm not going to go into the details, but there is actually a force that creates that, or there's a way to mathematically describe spontaneity. And it involves something called free energy change. And I have a crazy hypothesis that the effortlessness in the senses and in the actions that is the theme of today might, just might, be actually related to the free energy principle that's behind the spontaneity that the physicists know about in the world. It is remotely possible. I'm not even going to claim this is a hypothesis. It's a question. It's not even a conjecture, maybe a conjecture. But I sometimes wonder if enlightenment isn't the nervous system tasting its own free energy change. I know, that was really weird, okay. You could look up free energy if you want. Delta, there's different forms of it, but Gibbs free energy, etc. Sounds good? Oh yeah, it sounds cool. That is undeniable. That sounded pretty cool. Whether it has any validity or not, well, we'll probably know in the next 50 years. So, hey, you heard it here first. Okay, so let's get down to work. Take a moment to stretch up and settle in. We're going to start with eyes closed just to make things a little easier. And by way of warm-up, we're going to go through a sequence of practices to get you somewhat anchored in ordinary sensory experience. We're going to start with visual experience. Even with your eyes closed, you're still having visual experience. You're aware of dark or bright, or maybe colors in front of, behind your closed eyes, a kind of grayscale of blank. Might be homogeneous, more likely mottled, might be stable, but also could be flowing, scintillating. That's a visual, restful experience. With your eyes closed, it's also possible that you might have, it's also possible that you might have mental images, with eyes open or closed, actually. Visual thoughts, usually those are fleeting. Ghostly impressions of form, usually not very substantive, but subtle can be significant. So even with your eyes closed, you're going to have visual experience, perhaps restful. Tune into visual experience. Every couple seconds, say to yourself the word see to indicate that you're anchored in something visual. As you do this, you will be aware of mental talk and external sounds. You'll be aware of physical body sensations for sure, maybe even emotional ones. Just for now, let that be in the background. We'll call this technique just see. Okay, good. Now let go of that and bring your attention to auditory experience. You might hear external sounds, you might hear mental talk, you might hear external silence, rest, or you might hear mental quiet, which is also rest. Stay with auditory experience. If you get pulled into visual or body, gently return. And every couple seconds, say to yourself the label "here" to indicate that you're either hearing mental talk, physical sound, physical silence, or mental silence. Those are all auditory experiences. Clearly, a mental label is an instance of mental talk, but you don't label the label, you don't note the noting. That's a kind of scaffolding that you're standing on. We'll call this technique just here. Now let go of that and bring your attention to your body experience. Let visual and auditory be in the background. In the foreground is body. You may find that you're pulled to one location mostly, or your attention may move from place to place within the body. Or you may find that you're aware of the whole body at once. Any pattern is fine. Every couple seconds, say to yourself the word "feel" mentally to remind yourself that you're focused on body experience. It could be a physical sensation, could be emotional, could be a restful state like relaxation or emotional tranquility in the body. It might be pleasant, unpleasant, both, or neither. Might be stable, or it might be flowing. Any pattern is fine. Just feel. Okay, good. Now, we're going to do something a little more challenging. Still with eyes closed, though. Let your attention go wherever it wants to go. If it's pulled to something visual, mental image, or the grayscale, or colors, pixelation, say to yourself, see, focus on that, soak your attention into it for a moment. If you're pulled to something auditory, say hear, soak into that. It might immediately vanish. If so, fine. If not, just sort of be aware of it for a moment. There might not be enough time to soak into it. Often things immediately evaporate, and that's actually passing. That's one of the themes we'll be exploring, so that's fine. If you're pulled to the body, say feel. The sensation might immediately vanish, fine. If it sticks around, soak into it, open up to it. If you're pulled to something visual and auditory at the same time, or visual and body, or auditory and body, or if you're pulled to all three, just choose one to name and claim. Naming it is making the label. Claiming it is soaking into it and opening up to it if it sticks around, or noticing that it vanishes if it vanishes. So we're now doing an approach that's called choiceless awareness, or other names are given to it, open presence. There are no distractions now, nothing to come back to, because all experience is in our focus space. Okay, good. Now let go of that. And once again, bring your attention to visual experience. With your eyes closed, there could be darkness, brightness. There might be colors, patterns. There might be mental images. It might be stable or it might be flowing. We're going to go back to just see, but slowly raise the challenge level. By slightly opening your eyes. That creates brightness, spaciousness, but also the color and form of the so-called external world may start to arise. That's also obviously something you see out. So include that as you slightly open your eyes. As before, the label is the mental word see that now encompasses all visual experience, inner, outer, active, restful, stable, or flowing. And now continue to open your eyes even further until they're completely open. Let your attention freely float within your visual field. You'll be pulled from one visual object to another. Or you may intentionally move your eyes or the center of your attention from one place to another. Each shift is a new see out, a new instance of the out of that kind of visual. However, even with your eyes open, it's possible you may still see in, you still may have some mental pictures. Or your eyes may spontaneously soft focus, defocus, or intentionally do so, which creates a kind of see rest with the eyes open. Continue to just see, letting auditory and somatic be in the background. Okay, good. Now with your eyes still open for just a moment, turn your attention to auditory experience, mental talk, physical sound, mental quiet, physical silence. Disengage from your visual, but eyes are still open, just here. Now let go of that and just feel. As before, if you wish to label, the label is feel. But now eyes open, but awareness back in the body. Good. Now let go of that. And we're going to go broad again. If you've never done anything like this, just give it a try. Might be a little bit challenging. If you're pulled to something visual, say see. If you're pulled to something auditory, hear. If you're pulled to body, feel. If you're pulled to two or all three at the same time, just choose one to note. You can use the label see, hear, feel, or just do it with direct awareness if you know how to do that without the labels. There is one other possibility. The tug of the senses might spontaneously suspend. that would create a moment of absolute rest. There's no tug towards inner or outer activity. There's nothing arising or passing that's pulling you. If that experience were to happen, which may not be very frequent, but if it does, we need a name for it. With this technique, we'll call that rest. In this context, it means a spontaneous release of the tug of time and space. It means that the still point of the turning world has reached out and touched you. That may not happen much or at all, that's okay. But with the note, we'll call this technique note everything. If you wish to label, the labels are see, hear, feel, and rest. Okay, good. Now look back. We've done 4 techniques designed to foster an appreciation of ordinary sensory experience. Just see, just hear, just feel, and note everything. In a moment when the bell rings, we're going to transition to a period of formal practice in motion. We'll be walking around, stretching. You can get refreshments, use the washrooms, and so forth. But you continue with a well-defined technique. That's what makes it a formal practice. We'll be in silence. We won't be talking socially. You have several choices. Maybe you want to work just with one of the modalities as you move. So you do just see, just hear, just feel, one of those. Maybe you want to work broadly, note everything. Or maybe you want to go through some sort of sequence like we did. A few minutes on one, then the other, then the other. Whatever appeals to you. We're going to have about a half hour of moving practice in motion. Then you'll hear a bell to call you back. Seamlessly return to what we're doing now, which is practice in stillness. And continue to implement one of the 4 techniques that we did. And then after a little while, we'll move on with other aspects of our program. I believe there's washrooms here and down the hall. And it looks like there's a refreshment table over there. Keep practice going. And then we'll be back in a minute, or a few minutes. You call people back all over the campus in a half hour. And I think you're going to be my Ingie. You know what that means? Oh, okay, good. So if I have stuff I need, I'll come to you. Once again, take a moment to stretch up and settle in. And once again, just briefly, bring your attention to visual experience with your eyes fully open, partially open, or closed. Just see. Every couple seconds, make contact with something visual. Exactly one of two things will happen. That visual thing will either disappear or it does not disappear. If it disappears, that's a window of opportunity to note vanishing, gone. If it doesn't disappear, that's a window of opportunity to get to know that sensory event for a moment. Soak your awareness into it. Open up to it. It's all good. Just see. You're developing concentration power by bringing your attention back to visual experience over and over. You're developing sensory clarity by soaking your attention into an experience, getting to know it, or by detecting the instant that it vanishes. Both of those are aspects of clarity. And you're developing equanimity by letting visual experience come and go in the foreground. And by letting everything else come and go in the background, even though you're not intentionally focusing on it, you are giving it permission to expand and contract. You're developing the core contemplative skills, which will be our operational definition of mindfulness. Okay, good. Now, let go of that. Once again, with your eyes open, half open, or closed, whatever appeals to you, bring your attention to auditory experience. Each time you're pulled to a new auditory experience, could be a burst of mental talk or a physical sound or physical silence or mental quiet. One of two things will happen in the next instant. Either it disappears, which is a window of opportunity to detect passing, vanishing, or it doesn't disappear, which is also a window of opportunity. You can soak into it, get to know it, open up to it. By staying in the auditory realm, coming back to it, you're developing concentration power. By either detecting vanishings, passings, or soaking in to an experience, getting to know it, you're developing clarity. And by letting auditory experience come and go in the foreground, and visual and somatic come and go in the background, you're developing equanimity. Once again, our core skill. Now let go of that. And once again, just feel. Same basic idea, but now applied to body experience. Now, once again, let's go broad. If you're pulled to anything visual, inner or outer, see. Anything auditory, inner or outer, hear. Inner feel is emotional body sensation. Outer feel activity is everything else, essentially. The inner system produces the sense of self, mental image, mental talk, body emotion. It's a system. The outer system creates the sense of other, world. You see it, the sights, the sounds, the physicality of things. At each transition, exactly one of two things happens. Either the thing you've acknowledged vanishes, or it doesn't. If it vanishes, have the clarity to detect that moment. What comes next? Maybe rest, or maybe the next activation. If it doesn't vanish, that's a window of opportunity to develop a different clarity, resolution. You soak into it, get to know it, become curious about it, intimate with it. It's all good and it's all the same skills. Unlike before, there's no particular place to return to, but you're still developing concentration by intentionally soaking into the sensory event. You're developing clarity, you know, am I with visual, auditory, somatic, or has the tug of the senses spontaneously suspended? You know that clearly. And you let go of the investment that the body typically has, which is to get comfortable. And you let go of the mind, of the investment that the mind typically has, which is to get answers. That's equanimity. We're now exploring a kind of the possibility of a kind of comfort that is beyond pleasure and pain. The comfort that comes with completeness of experience. A kind of knowing that is beyond sense and nonsense. Okay, good work, folks. Now, what we've done so far comes under the category of focus techniques that I call appreciating the senses just as they are. You're just paying attention to whatever comes up in sensory experience. But if possible, you're tasting, concentration, clarity, and equanimity along the lines that I suggested, to whatever extent you can do that. Now, if you were to do this very intensely and or for a very long period of time, the senses would go through a natural process of transformation. And ordinary experience would become, in a sense, extraordinary, just by having appreciated it as it is. So this is one way to work. And then with time, these transformations occur sort of naturally. However, another way to work is to attempt to directly point to that place, which is the primordial perfection, the formless that precedes, follows, and pervades every ordinary see, hear, feel, and every ordinary do, say, think. That is the content of our lives. So there's a famous Zen story. According to Buddhist doctrine, Mahayana doctrine, everyone has this primordial perfection. Of course, that's my word in English. Different words have been used in the Buddhist tradition. The Buddha nature is one of them, or the Tathagata Garbha, the Buddha womb, the Buddha embryo, could be translated either way, and many other expressions. So there's this famous Zen story. A monk asked the master, Zhao Zhou, 狗子有佛性，有无。狗子, a dog, 有 has, for Buddha, 性 nature, 有 or 无 not. So it's a yes or no question. Tell me, does the dog have a Buddha nature? Yes or no? Challenging question. So, of course, from the doctrine of standard Buddhism, or Mahayana Buddhism, from the viewpoint of Mahayana Buddhism, the answer is yes, definitely yes. Of course, from the viewpoint of early Buddhism, Theravada Buddhism, the answer would probably be no, because that's a Mahayana teaching. That wasn't present in early Buddhism. So, since Zen is Mahayana, the monk probably would have expected the answer to be yes. But because Zen is Zen, the monk would not have expected the answer to be the word yes. Because the word yes would just be an intellectual doctrine, and Zen wants something more. So the monk probably expected that Master Zhao Zhou would say yes in the Zen way, the expected Zen way. So anyone who want to answer the question, does the dog have the Buddha nature, answer it in the affirmative, in the standard Zen way. Would anybody like to do that? Some of you know this koan. Of course, knowing it is one thing, manifesting it is something else. That's okay.
Move.
That's not so great, but still okay. Now you're all intimidated. Well, he probably would have. By the way, that's called the inner system arising. The self-referential mental image, mental talk, and body emotion of, oh my God, I got to perform. I'm putting on a sound, and he's going to say it's good. He's going to say it's bad, putting me on the spot. Of course, what they're looking for is the ability to allow that inner self-referential system to explode like a Vesuvius without fixation. Well, I'm guessing that the monk probably expected that the yes answer would be something like, but you know what? That's not what the master did. The master unexpectedly said, no. If you get this koan, which is the first koan you're likely to get in a Zen temple, the master will tell you this story, like what I just did, a little bit, probably. And then your koan will be, bring me that no. So we're going to say that there are four correct answers to this koan. 4 correct answers. One is yes. One is no. One is a kind of yes that is both yes and no at the same time. And one is a no that is neither yes nor no. If that is confusing, then try to experience the confused self in an unfixated way. That's a central method of Zen. In the exercise that we just did, we were developing clarity in 2 ways. You'll recall that I said that if each time your attention was drawn to a new experience, exactly one of 2 things would happen. It would either vanish, which was a clarity to detect vanishing, or it wouldn't vanish, and that was a window of opportunity to develop another kind of clarity, which was to just sort of let your awareness go into it and know it deeply. So let's say that we were to just be interested in the detection clarity, and we were to, for a period of time, sort of not be so interested with the discrimination or getting to know the details form of clarity. Now, that's a very useful form of clarity, but let's say that we were going to do an exercise where we weren't interested in that. we're only interested in detection. Now, one thing that we could detect is the moment when all or part of a sensory event subsides. Another thing we could detect is the moment when a new sensory event arises. Of course, the term new is a movable feast because there's always little things changing in our experience. So even a sensation that seems solid fluctuates in little ways, and each one of those little fluctuations could be looked upon as a change, a new arising. So let's say that we were to decide that we're going to be disinterested in any kind of discrimination clarity, but we're going to be fascinated with two kinds of detection clarity. The detection of each new arising, however subtle the fluctuation may be, and the detection of each new passing. And in between, we're just either waiting for the next arising or the next passing. That would be, we'd still be developing clarity. And we'd have to have equanimity because we'd have to let go of our involvement to objectify the world. That's an equanimity with don't know. And if we were, at first we might just only occasionally detect the beginnings or occasionally detect the endings. That's okay. But at some point we might start to get a sense that there's always an arising and there's always a passing. In which case we could abide if our concentration were to be on the fact that there's always an arising. We would have a sense that there is always space effortlessly spreading. And if our concentration, so that would be a samadhi on expansion. If our concentration were to go to the sense that there is continually passing, we develop a samadhi or concentration on contraction. Now, of course, that can't happen until a certain quantum or momentum of clarity with regards to detecting arising and passing develops. So our first task will be to explore detecting arisings and passings. But this is a first task. So it means, and for many of you, it is literally a first task. You've never tried anything like this before. So as with the first time we do a lot of things, it's going to be fine if there's a lot of guessing and groping, and I don't quite know what he's talking about, and I can't quite really get very much, but you're making a start someplace. You're making a start, and that's all we need to do. And then with time, that develops. So if I were to speak metaphorically, I would call arising life and passing death. And if you become intimate with life and death in your sensory experience for a long time, then you become intimate with the forces of life and death that mold this world. This world is different from our sensory experience. It's this world. So the forces of life and death in this world are really, really scary. Seemingly merciless. How can we be comfortable in the face of life and death? Well, if we become intimate, really intimate in our sensory experience, turns out that that translates out into the objective world. And instead of being at the mercy of life and death, you become life and death. You become free from life and death by becoming life and death. The first actual real life Buddhist monastery that I ever visited was the first time I was in Japan. I was 21 years old. I'm 73 now, almost, a couple months. So 21, do the math. Japan was very different, even very different from Soryu's Japan when he went there. What year did you go?
95.
Yeah, so I was there in the 60s.
Very different.
Yeah, very different. World War II was, the evidence of World War II was still there in Japan, subtly. Anyway, I remember it was so exciting. I was like, I spent my whole teenage period learning Japanese language and culture. So I was in that extraordinary position in those days of being essentially a native speaker who could also read and write, but not ethnically Japanese. And that was very rare in the 60s. Now it's nothing. It's like, go on Japanese television, you could see every kind of foreigner, people from Africa, okay, perfect Japanese, okay, but in my day it was really, really rare. Anyway, it was like this magic adventure. I was like let loose in this paradise. And so I'm just like wandering the streets in this wonderland, and I see it's like there's this Buddhist temple. It's like, oh my God, a real life Buddhist temple, just like I've seen in the movies, except this is like real, right? It's a Zen temple. So I walk in and I see, see the calligraphy up there? You see it, all right? By the way, that calligraphy says Muichi Motsu in Japanese. It means nothing happens. There's nothing. But that's a very special nothing. Anyway, that wasn't the calligraphy that was in the was in this temple. The calligraphy that was in this temple was much more shocking. And even though I'd never meditated, and believe me, when I was 21, the notion that I would ever like meditate is like, forget about it, okay? I was interested in the culture, but that's not gonna happen. So anyway, there's this plaque, and it's got these two huge kanji, two huge Chinese characters written like really boldly, Shou-ji. Life, death. And then off to the side, written really small, Kore wo kiwameyo. Fathom this. Life, death, then like fathom this, just 4 kanji. And I'm thinking, whoa, whoever lives here is definitely industrial strength. And now look, I'm saying the same stuff. Life, death, fathom this. So when something arises, you might say poetically that the universe is affirming it. It's saying yes. So I said 4 correct answers. Yes, no. Something that's both and something that's neither. But the both is a sort of yes, but it's a yes that contains both yes and no. And the one that's neither is a sort of no, but it's a no that is neither yes nor no. So when something passes, the universe is saying no. But a lot of times you might be surprised that something, no sooner does it arise, but it's already passing. In my beginning is my end, as T.S. Eliot put it. And then every once in a while, there might be a situation where nothing arises and nothing passes. Absolute rest, the still point of the turning world. At the still point of the turning world, neither movement from nor towards. At the still point, there the dance is. But do not call it fixity, where past and future are gathered. Except for the point, the still point, there would be no dance. And there is only the dance. That's also T.S. Eliot. Neither movement from nor towards. There might be a kind of nothing that is neither expansion nor contraction. Absolute rest, nirodha, nirvana, for a moment. Actually occurs to everyone, hundreds of times a day, but they just don't notice it. So there's actually 4 possibilities. Yes, no, both at the same time. And the nothingness that precedes the both at the same time. The both at the same time is what molds the time-space volume that we call self and world. That comes from and returns to that absolute rest, hundreds of times a day for everyone. Some people notice it, most people don't. For some people, it becomes the basis of a life of service. For others, not so much. So we're going to, in a systematic way, begin an exploration of these themes. And we're going to have some combinatorics here. You ever hear the word combinatorics? What do you think it means? What does it sound like it means? Huh? Yeah, it sounds like sort of this study of combinations. It's a branch of mathematics, actually one that I was very interested in at one time, called combinatorial mathematics. If you're interested, you can look it up. So we're going to do some simple combinatorial math here. You'll notice that we've been making contrasts. We worked individually with 3 fundamental sensory realms, and then we worked collectively. And we're going to explore the nature of the source in those 4 ways. We're going to go to the visual experience and explore it there, then the auditory, then the somatic. Then we're even going to try doing it in all of the modalities at once. Now, the reason we're going to do it that way is that it's likely that one of those possibilities might actually be interesting and relevant and seem productive to you. It's also possible that most of them won't, but it's a numbers game. So we're going to try different combos and see if you can find at least one out of the essentially 12 different things I'm going to show you. If you can relate to even one of them, that's all you need. That's your beginning of working on the theme of see, hear, feel the source. Now, the reason I refer to it as the source is that temporally, we're looking at what precedes ordinary conscious experience. Some of you may know that I work in the field of researching what we experience when we meditate. If you're interested, you can look up the topic of evoked potential. So potential is voltage, okay? That's not potential like, I don't know, New Age potential, okay? It means it's a physical variable. Voltage is called potential. So evoked potential means voltage changes that can be measured from your scalp with an EEG that are caused by processing within the brain. For example, if we expose you to a sound and we hook you up to an EEG and we watch in real time, well, not in slow motion, actually. If we put it on an oscilloscope or something that slows it down, you can actually see 7 or 8 blips that are changes in the scalp voltage. They happen very, very quickly at the tens of millisecond level. And what those are that is the processing in the spiral ganglion, then the processing in the next station, then the spiral ganglion's in your inner ear. Then there's another station, another station, another station, another station. Finally, it projects out on your auditory cortex. 7, 8 steps later, all of this happening at essentially the millisecond, thousandth of a second level, okay? A few thousands, tens of thousands of a second. We can see these blips. Now, another famous Zen koan is, bring me the sound of one hand, or one hand clapping, some people say. Well, what are they asking for? They're asking for something related to oneness and something that's a sound that has no sound. Anahata Shabda, the unstruck sound. In Sanskrit. What the hell? What are they asking for? Well, what's interesting is that you don't get a conscious experience of sound until the very end. Sound arises when it finally spills out on the temporal cortex. Conscious sound arises. But what does it sound like at those earlier processing stations? What does it sound like? What is the sound of sound before it's sound? What does it sound like right in the spiral ganglion? What does it sound like in the corpora quadrigemina? What does it sound like in the lemniscus? What does it sound like in the primary auditory, the secondary auditory? Well, the secondary auditory, it's ordinary sound. How about those other stations? They're very, very quick, but they do have a sound. But their sound is indistinguishable from the touch that's not touch and the sight that's not sight. All the senses taste exactly the same at the source. What's the taste? Well, it's the taste of space, effortlessly and simultaneously spreading and then collapsing. And from where does it spread to and where does it collapse to? Yeah, absolute rest, the still point of the turning world. Now, if you abide in an alternating cycle of absolute rest and absolute activity, then you're living at the source. You're living nirvana. And the self and the world still arise, but they're enfolded within the unborn, embraced by Father God, Mother God, simultaneously as it expands and contracts. So you can see why they call it non-dual awareness. Well, this is a lofty goal. Another Chinese expression, Wan Li Changxin, Shi Yu Yi Bu. A journey of 10,000 miles begins with one step. So we're going to start by paying attention to when nature says yes and when nature says no, and when nature says both at the same time, and when nature says absolutely nothing. We're going to pay attention to that in our senses just for the fun of it. Don't have to make it into a big deal, another odious task that you'll probably fail at, another flossing exercise that you don't want to do, that people tell you should do. Okay, let's not do it that way. Let's just do it for the fun of it, okay? So you've heard the expression, get with the program. Yes, getting with the program means we say yes. We go with it. We yield to it. When nature says no, the same. When nature says both, yes and no at the same time, both, we yield to that. And when nature says absolutely nothing, we rest there. So let's begin. Once again, take a moment to stretch up and settle in. And bring your attention to your visual experience with your eyes closed. Every now and again, you might be aware that something starts. Maybe a mental image arises. Or maybe a patch of brightness arises, and so forth. Or it might not be every now and again. You might have a sense that there's constantly, at some subtle level, new things happening, much too rapidly to track individually. If you're occasionally aware of something new in your visual experience, good. Be aware there's a new arising. If you're continuously aware that there's always something arising, perhaps too rapid specifically, that's fine too. But we're going to selectively focus on beginnings. And it's okay if it's very occasional. Just wait for something new to begin. Maybe a new image. And of course, it's okay if it's constant. Our clarity will be to detect beginnings, whether they're big or small, well-defined or ill-defined, doesn't matter in terms of what it is. Our concentration will be to stay in the visual field. And our equanimity will be to lose interest in anything else. To not need to make an object of things. If there's continuous beginnings, then you're going to be concentrated on that, and there won't be any time for anything else. If there's only occasionally an awareness of something new happening, then just patiently wait, and to the best of your ability, let go of the need to make an object of things. A certain amount of guessing and groping is going to be involved. If you haven't done much of this, that's okay. Now, we're going to continue to note beginnings in visual experience. But we're going to do something that in some way will make that easier, but in another way may make that actually quite challenging. And the something that we're going to do is open our eyes. And let your attention just move from object to object. And if it gets captured by an object, notice how your attention will tend to move around within that object from place to place. Each time your attention shifts to a new object, that's a new start, a new yes, a new arising. Each time your attention shifts around within an object, that's also a new yes, a new life, earth. It's also okay if you intentionally shift your gaze. You can passively let things pull you. You can actively look here, look there. To fixate anywhere. As soon as there's a shift, either find or create the next shift. So that you're abiding in a sequence of arisings in the visual. And you're disinterested in what it is that arises. You let go of that to the best of your ability. You're just interested in the rhythm of arisings. You can find that rhythm by letting your attention be pulled passively, or you can intentionally move, constantly move the visual axis so that there's a continuous sense of new arisings and a disengagement from what they are, and a fascination with the instant that they're born. If you get pulled to mental images, visual associations, each tug towards image space is also a new visual arising. So the tug might be from place to place in the outer world, or it might be inwards towards your visual associative processing. How do you know what you're looking at if you don't also look into the storehouse of memory? Each tug towards visual thought is a new arising in visual. Each tug towards a visual object is a new arising in visual. Just say yes. Okay, good. Now, you can continue with your eyes open or go to half open or closed, whatever appeals to you. Let go of visual experience and bring your attention to auditory experience. Do the same thing there. Our interest will be in the arisings and nothing else. Each new burst of mental talk is a new start. The universe is saying yes to that auditory thought. You say yes to. At its arising. But then lose interest. The next thing that arises will either be mental quiet, or it will be a new burst of mental talk, or it will be a sound, or it will be silence. Each new sound is a new arising. That includes the sound of my voice. Each time I begin talking, it's a new start. Be interested in detecting the beginning, but try to detach from what it means. I'll help you by talking about something irrelevant to your interests. See if you can just become fascinated with detecting each time either my voice arises or your inner voice arises. But lose interest in the content for both. The meaning is now in the movement, the contour. From the category theoretic perspective, a group can be thought of as a category with one object. Of course, the axioms of category theory dictate that there be at least one morphism, the identity morphism, any set with a single object and identity morphism is isomorphic to the trivial category. the trivial group, rather. Every morphism is an automorphism. Or if not that, an endomorphism. Okay, good. Now let go of that and bring your attention to body experience. It's a little bit like visual. Your attention will tend to move from place to place in the body. But it's okay to intentionally move your attention from place to place. Each time your attention shifts to a new body location, that's a new start, a new yes, a new arising. You can also create a new arising by intentionally focusing briefly on an area, and then moving elsewhere, and then moving elsewhere. So either spontaneously let your attention move from place to place within the body, only interested in the instant of arising, then disengaging until the next tug. Or it's okay to intentionally move your attention from place to place within the body, intentionally creating, which you then disengage from instantly to go elsewhere. So the interest is just on the forward edge of the moment. We're not interested in any durations. We're not particularly yet looking for passings, although you may be aware of that. Okay, good. We just stepped through the 3 domains, visual, auditory, somatic, with an emphasis on just say yes. Now let's go through again with the opposite emphasis. Just say no. Bring your attention to your visual experience with your eyes closed. If you have mental images, be aware when an image vanishes. Or maybe a patch of dark or light vanishes. That may happen only occasionally. That's okay. Just hang out till it does. On the other hand, if you had a sense that there's constantly at some subtle level things percolating up, you may also have a sense that the converse is also true. There's constant little gonings. In which case there would be a continuous sense of passing. So if it's discontinuous and only very occasional, that's okay. But just be aware of passings. Most people find the passings to be much less obvious than the arisings, which sort of makes sense. So it's okay if it's not super evident. Now, slowly open your eyes. It's going to be like before. Either let your attention move from object to object, let your attention move from place to place within a visual object, or intentionally move your attention. Object to object, place to place. But this time it's going to be a lot subtler. That's okay. Subtle is significant. Instead of looking at the leading edge, we're interested in the trailing edge. Each time your attention shifts from A to B, A drops out as B arises. You have to sort of metaphorically look out of the corner of your eye. You may be able to notice that. If not, not to worry. Those are visual passings in the external sight. If you become intimate enough with this, it breaks down the perception that there's a material world embedded in rigid space. Okay, good. Now, you can either keep your eyes open or close them or half open as you wish. Bring your attention to auditory experience. Now we're looking for endings. Each burst of mental talk comes to an end. Each chirp of the bird comes to an end. Each burst of speech sound coming out of me comes to an end. Okay, good. Now let go of that. Bring your attention to body. Either let the attention freely float spontaneously, region to region, place to place within a region, or intentionally move the attention, region to region, place to place within a region. But this time we're interested in the gons. The fact that each time you shift from a place, you may be able to detect a collapse or vanishing of sensation. As I mentioned in general, no, gone, passing, is much subtler than yes, life arising. That's okay. By trying to detect the subtle, you develop a detection clarity with time. Just say no, meaning just be aware of vanishings in the body. If it's only sporadic, that's okay. If it's continuous, that's okay. But try to lose interest in anything but the passings. Some of our sits are a little bit on the long side. Remember, you can move anytime you want, but do so very slowly and silently. And if you get sleepy or uncomfortable, you can also stand in place during a sit or mildly move your body. That's all allowed. In fact, encouraged. So that we can do longer sits without it being too much of an ordeal, or longer periods anyway. So we're doing the just say no in body. Okay, good. Now, look back. We've explored 6 possibilities. Arising in visual, auditory, somatic, that's 3. And passing in each of those. It's possible that at this time, at least one of those 6 is appealing to you, meaning it's doable, interesting, seems productive, it's pleasant. Choose one of those 6 combinations. The combinations are the contour, whether it's the onset or fall off, arising or passing. And then whether you're working in the visual, auditory, or somatic modality. For just a few minutes, become interested in this theme. And if you wish to label, we're going to have playful labels. Each time something starts, it starts because nature, the great net of causality, suchness, has metaphorically said yes. So we're going to say yes. We're going to label starts, whether they're sporadic or continuous, with the word yes. But it's also going to be a reminder to say yes for us to yield to that arising. If you're working with vanishings, you'll call them no. And it will be a reminder not to fight with negation. These are equanimity cues, as well as detection clarity labels. Choose a modality, visual, auditory, somatic, and choose a contour aspect, arising or passing. And if you wish, you can explore the label, yes, no. It's possible that these arisings and passing may be only occasional, sporadic, subtle. That's fine. It's a place to start. In between, just wait. Try not to engage in anything. You're just waiting for the next start, the next stop. On the other hand, it's possible that the arisings may be so continuous that you can't label them individually. That's not a problem, not at all. Just every now and again, if you wish to label, say yes, indicating that on average you're detecting a lot of affirmation. And if the sense of arising is continuous enough, it might turn into the sense of space, constantly spreading. Every sensory event has width, depth, and height, and it begins at an instant. It means its space is born. We can either be preoccupied with what's in that space, or we can just ride on the space itself over and over. So if there's a sense of an effortless, continuous expansion, that's also a yes. Conversely, the passings may be so continuous that you can't label each one individually. That's okay, just on average. Say no, no, indicating that you're detecting a lot of vanishings. And if those vanishings become continuous, that could turn into a sense of space effortlessly collapsing. Okay, good. Now, we've only been here 4 hours or so, but we've already explored 10 different approaches, which is quite a lot. We practiced appreciating, just see, just hear, just feel, note everything. Appreciating form, and we've explored in visual, auditory, and somatic, looking investigating where form comes from. Just say yes. And where form goes to, just say no. In a moment, we're going to transition to practice in motion, but it will still be formal practice or as close to that as you can get. And we're going to take about a half hour or so to move around, but also enjoy some snacks that I think the center has that will be put out. We'll keep in silence. Choose one of the 10 things we've tried. Whatever you want. Just see, just hear, just feel, note everything. Or see source, hear source, feel source. That's the just say yes. Or the just say no in each of the 3 modalities. Where things come from is where they go to. It's the same vector of attention. Once again, take a moment to stretch up and settle in. With your eyes open, half open, or closed, bring your attention to visual experience. We're going to explore seeing the source. You can't see the source directly, but you can get a direct contact with it. It will present itself in one of four ways. You may be aware of arising, either because you're drawn to it or you create it by looking here, looking there. You may be aware of passing. You may be aware of arising and passing at the same time. Maybe the same event. As it's arising, it's already passing. Or maybe as A arises, B collapses. There's only so much water in the tub. If it sloshes up over here, it might trough out over there. You might be aware of simultaneous arising and passing. Or there might not be any change in terms of welling up or subsiding, either because there's just no change or because the tug of the senses has gone away. The forces that mold experience are in an absolute rest. At any given instant, with regards to your visual experience, be labeling one of four things. You'll recall that we're going to somewhat humorously label arisings as yes, meaning that nature is saying yes, and we're saying yes to nature's yes. We're getting with the program, opening to that arising. Or just say no if you're aware of a passing. If you're aware of arising and passing at more or less the same time, say both. And if there's relative stillness or the absolute stillness of the disappearance of the senses, call that rest. And yield to these fundamental forces of life and death as they mold your visual experience. As before, this is a rather subtle technique. A certain amount of guessing and groping will be involved. That's perfectly okay. Make your best guess moment by moment. Am I contacting affirmation, negation, both at the same time, or a kind of absence of activity that's relative or absolute? Yes, no, both, or rest. It's all good. And just in the visual domain for a few minutes. Okay, good. Now let go of that and explore the same themes in auditory experience. Much is happening, then there's rest. Otherwise, something's arising, something's passing, or both are happening at the same time. It's all good. Say yes to yes, say no to no. Say both to both. Detach to the best of your ability from the content of experience, how it feels, what it means, and get fascinated to the best of your ability with the contour of experience, the waveform, how it flows, when it moves. The deepest flow is expansion, contraction flow, the flow of space itself. In the auditory. Affirmation, negation, both at the same time, or something that's neither. Okay, good. Now, let go of that and bring your attention to body experience. You can let your attention be drawn from place to place, or you can actively move from place to place. Either will tend to create starts and stops, arisings and passing. Feel the source. Okay, good. Now, we have stepped through the three modalities, noting one of four possibilities moment by moment. There's a few more combinations. Let's work with all sensory experience, but just note start. Let your attention broadly float between visual, auditory, somatic, inner, outer. But only be interested in the beginnings of things. Each time you're pulled to a new inner or outer visual experience, it's a yes, a start. You can mentally label the word yes if you want, or just be aware of it. Likewise with mental talk, physical sound, the physicality of the body, the emotionality of the body, rest states, and so forth. You'll probably be aware what modality is pulling. That's okay. But we're not so interested in that. We're just interested in the starting. Also, it's okay if instead of being pulled, you intentionally go to visual, auditory, somatic. It doesn't matter what causes the arisings, whether you're pulled towards them or they happen because you place your attention somewhere. Still an arising. The arisings may only be occasional. That's okay. Just hang out in a disinterested way by the next possibility of arising. Or they may be relatively continuous. Or you may have a sense that the arising is so continuous that it's constantly birthing space. But because you're not holding on to the sensory events so much, the space, there's nothing to coagulate inside the space. So there's a sense of continuous, delicious, effortless reflux. Efflux, rather, outer flow of space itself. And you're riding on that space wave like a surfer. Just say yes, broadly in all the modalities. Okay, good. Now, more challenging is to continue to move or be pulled among the modalities, but just say no. Get interested in the gonings. Recall that with this technique, the arisings and passings may be because the senses pull you, or they may occur because you move your attention intentionally here, there. That's just as valid. Okay, good. Now we're going to go briefly to the most challenging combination. Once again, just for the fun of it, our focus range is everything: inner, outer, see, hear, feel. And you can either just passively let yourself be pulled or actively move. But our interest is in the contour, and we're going to try to disengage from the content. The contour is the welling up and subsiding, or its absence. So now broadly throughout all experience, moment by moment, make your best guess. Is that something starting, stopping, doing both, or neither? and yield to that force pattern. Once again, the labels are yes for yes, no for no. Both, if both forces are active at the same time, either in the same experience or in different experiences. And rest, if nothing much seems to be going on, or if the tug of the senses goes away, relative or absolute rest, possibility. Okay, good. Now, look back. We've explored an extraordinarily rich range of focus procedures. 4 appreciation procedures, at least one of which should be pretty easy for you. Just see, just hear, just feel. And if you count the possibilities, 4 times 3 ways of working, pointing to the formless perfection that precedes, follows, and pervades each experience of sensory or motor form. You can work just with visual, just looking for the affirmation or the negation, or whichever ones come up, plus the possibility of both and rest. We would call that technique seeing the source. Or you could hear source, listen in auditory to beginnings, endings, simultaneous on both, and the disappearance of the tug of the senses, or maybe the senses themselves, or maybe just an awareness that there are no forces. All of these, that whole spectrum could be interpreted as forms of rest. Yes, no, both rest. Third, and then you could go to the body. You've got 3 possibilities, just yes, just no, broad float among them. If you wanted to really be ambitious, you could work with all sensory experience. If that window opens for you, that becomes feasible. And you could do it with your eyes open. At some point, you may be able to do it just attending to life. At some point, the arisings may become so continuous that they turn into an effortless efflux of space. Likewise with the passings. And it might turn out that your experience further simplifies to a cycle of both absolute rest, both, polarization, neutralization, polarization, neutralization. What you formerly called the arising of self and world is a polarization of the formless. And you now have a new kind of rest, the neutralization. It's a kind of no that is neither yes nor no. Just as the polarization is a kind of yes that is both yes and no. Your experience might further simplify to just the cycle. Absolute activity of the source, absolute rest. Or you might notice that it's always both, peppered by always rest. from the wide spectrum of approaches that we explored this afternoon, choose one for a few minutes. Just see, just hear, just feel. Note everything. See source in one of three ways: expansion, contraction, or broad float, including both, and rest. See source, or hear source, or feel source, or be source. Work with all inner and outer sensory experience. And the four possibilities. That's the most challenging. It's all good. Find something interesting, productive, doable, pleasant. Affirming ordinary experience taken to the limit. Evolves into a transcendence of form and time and space. The transcending perspective makes it, for the first time, really safe and fulfilling to be in the material world. They help each other. just for the fun of it, I thought for these last few minutes, we would do some chanting practice. Maybe someone could bring that hand drum, Native American drum they have here. There's many ways to do chanting meditation, but the way that we're going to do this is what I call auto speak or auto chant. You just let your speech organs take over without the rest of you needing to be involved. And auto move, auto speak, including auto chant, and auto think are the motor analogs of expansion and contraction. They're how you express through the external action gates, the karma dwara, how you express that you're riding on the ox. So the idea is that your lips and your tongue and your throat, they know how to talk without the rest of your brain needing to be involved. And they certainly know how to chant. And so you tune into that. You just throw caution to the wind. You start flapping your lips, blowing air across your teeth, and trust that it will self-organize. Some of you, how many of you have done a program with me where we did auto? Okay, so that's, maybe about a quarter of you. I can demonstrate the quality in a chant. We're going to do the most famous chant in the world, Om Mani Padme Hum. Can you say Om? Om. Mani. Mani. Padme. Padme. Hum. Hum. Om and Hum are just energy words. They don't have a literal meaning. But Mani Padme does mean something. It's the equivalent of a prepositional phrase in Sanskrit. It means jewel in the lotus. So I would take the jewel to be wisdom and the lotus to be compassion, maybe. Other interpretations are possible. So you let it all hang out, just sort of see if it can be like cicadas or frogs, it just sort of part of nature that self-organizes. But do also listen to me. I'll speed up, I'll slow down, and just match my pace. Om Good work, folks. Now we're going to make the transition from retreat practice to life practice. You'll be getting in your cars or returning to this community, etc. Be careful operating heavy machinery. Some of you have actually touched the formless. I'd like to remind you that form does have consequences, particularly cars. So drive carefully. You can see the drive, hear the drive, feel the drive. So driving meditation is safe driving. Good work was done here. Touch base with it. It doesn't have to evaporate just because we start talking, bopping around, doing this, doing that. You can give yourself little micro hits or background practice as you go about daily life. In fact, if you want to rev up that aspect of practice, if you don't already know about it, you should check out my new life practice program on Wednesday mornings. It's on the internet, pretty self-explanatory. I think we have some community announcements.
Yeah.
Would you like the mic?
I think I can do it without it. I can actually barely walk because my leg is so asleep, so I apologize. Yeah, can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for being here again. It's my first time seeing you. Many other people here have spoken so highly. I see why. Yeah, so now's an opportunity. I'm just going to tell a little bit more about what we do here at CML. I hope that's okay. There's the Monastic Academy, which if you're interested in full-time training, or you know someone else who is, it's an opportunity to just delve for a long period of time. And we combine work in this way that we've been doing today, the internal work, and also work to try to build a meaningful organization. So, i.e. this place, CML. So that's that. On another scale, there's co-working. So maybe you are a professional in some field or other, and you want a place where you can do your work remotely, but where you can also have healthy meals and a community that can get you practicing meditation in the morning and the evening every day. So this is a place that might be your home for some period of days or weeks. And also we have some more retreats coming up, 2 week longs, one in June, one in July. Both are the 10th through the 17th. And each of those starts with a weekend option. So you could do a weekend or a full week. All those dates are online and in the back. Shinzen is coming back as well in July on the 22nd, just for another day like this. And yeah, also, you know, you can make up how you want to be involved with us. If you want to come for lunch or come for a night or 2 nights or something like that, just reach out and tell us what you want, and we'll try to make something possible. As Surya said at the beginning, the whole point of this place is for people, to provide a space where practice can happen and where people can do real work and enjoy these beautiful woods and mountains. So yeah, don't be shy, don't be a stranger. For now, for another hour or so, just schmooze. And it's actually can be really important though, like it takes a certain type of person to come out and spend the day doing this. And maybe there's some old friends here, or maybe there's someone who might be really important in your life. And yeah, enjoy. Thank you for coming out. Thank you for your practice, and find any people in Brown and talk to us if you want to. And have a wonderful, wonderful evening and safe travels tonight.
Thank you.
So good work. Another day, another dharma, to be continued. Daniel? Daniel?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Don't have my glasses on. Let's talk about dinner plans. What are your plans?
I didn't really have any. I was thinking.
You have any people with you this time?
Laura.
Okay. Maybe go to Morristown? Would that work?
Sure, I don't really know if